Yeah, what episode is this? No, like 837 or something like that. What am I doing? Yeah. Alright. What's up, y'all? Give me a second. You know what I'm doing. You know what I'm doing. What are you doing? Alright. What's that? Yeah, where's my water? Is it full? Oh man, my water's full. Look at me. Alright, let's go. What are we doing? Here, let me do that. And no, not that. That. There we go. Look at this thing. Look at this thing. Starting off the year strong. And boom, we are live. What's up, everybody? It's G Mr. Drew welcoming you to another episode of the Andrew Wilczewski Experience. This is going to be episode 837. I was just talking about it. Zephyr TT, what are we doing? Just gonna pick up where we left off. I had a nice exciting revelation with the character I was working on, where I'm like, man, I don't know where I'm gonna take this. So actually what I'm gonna be doing tonight is a whole lot of studies, and because it's something I didn't even know existed before. I looked it up. I was like, does this exist? And it does, and they have a word for it. And I was like, whoa. And I looked up the word, and it was like really cool. And I was like, okay. So I'm gonna do some studies tonight, draw a whole bunch of plants and whatnot. I've been busy with the video edits all day. Got a video editing in the background. So yeah, it's almost done, which means it'll probably be rendering for the rest of the stream, as per usual, right? So since that video is already going, let's go ahead and jump in. Oh man, I didn't even get to do the New Year's stream. Internet was out, or internet was like spotty at best. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? The internet was blinking and winking on me. I was all trying to stream. So, you know what I mean? Happy belated New Year's, everybody. I hope everybody had a really good New Year's. You know? There's a lot of New Year's, new me's going on, right? Man. You know. Now for me, I'm already perfect, right? Like, like I always try to look. I mean, how many years? I'm so old, but I look. Like, how many years can go by before, like, you're like, I'm gonna better myself, and then I'm gonna better myself. I'm gonna do this better, and I'm gonna do that better, and you do everything better. When does everything just be at it? You know what I mean? Be at its better. Like, I'm so old, but I look. So every year was a year that I just bettered a part of my, bettered a part of myself. I don't, you know what I mean? Like, I can only be more kinder than I already am kind. I can only be more friendlier as I am friendly, right? Like already. So yeah. So shout out to the New Year, New Me's people out there. I used to be there. I used to be there. You know what I mean? Don't worry, one day. One day you'll get there where you're like, dang man, I'm so good. I don't gotta work on nothing. I don't have to do anything. I just gotta I just gotta keep on moving. Oh yeah, let me try to find some references. Pull up my references. What's that word? And there they are. Those things are so cool. How do I want to do this? Just like that, I think. Yeah, funny enough, part of the reason why I want to do these studies is it's actually going to help me with concept art that I've yet to even ever discuss or mention, bring up or draw anything leading towards it. Now, I really don't know what the goal is with all of this study and everything like that. Like I have there we go. I have to create a character, and I got some really, I wonder if I can show y'all the wonky drawings. You know, since they're in the corner of the page, I think I can like block out. Who is that? I was working on these characters. That might be. Ooh. Is that it? Is that who I think it is? My bad, because I was gonna block out all the characters that aren't the character that I'm working on right now. But I might keep this one in just for funsies. You know what I mean? I don't even have a name written next to him. That's why I don't know who it is, but I think I know. I think I know who it is because I forgot to draw them when I was drawing all these other elements. Let me see. I just want to make sure that I didn't draw this character. Every now and then I worked on my characters in batches. Like back in the early days before I started streaming. And every now and then I like forgot one out of the whole batch. So now I was like, oh wait, I gotta draw something for them real quick. I just gotta draw anything. I think this is one of those characters. So there's, oh no, that's them right there. I don't know who this is. That's gonna be fun to just leave them in here. Let me see. Make sure I got the names covered. How are we looking? Okay. So yeah, honestly, I don't even know who this is. I have an idea, but I don't think that's them. Cause their design looks like 2 or 3 different characters combined. I thought it was a certain one, but nah. It was I was getting this one confused with another character. I don't even know who this is. But this is the character I'm working on. You could already kind of see some elements in there, and I'm just like, this is how fast and loose I used to draw these things. I was just like, all right, just get something in there, and it's gonna be whatever it is. Let me see. I haven't drawn these other 2 characters since they're on the same page, right? Oop. Hold on. Okay. But yeah, this one right here. This is, I think, one of the first characters I ever worked on. Look at me pulling up characters from the past, you know? It's so funny, I have to rework that character, just like one element anyways. I mean, considering I started streaming in January 2021, this is like my 5-year anniversary, I suppose. So I could find out. Yeah. Yeah, see, that was when I was working on this character here. And then I just did one color rendition. I was so green. What are the dates on these? March of 2021. So I was like streaming for 2 months at that point. Yeah. Yeah, gmrdrew.art, the website, you could find, I believe you could find these character sketches there. I don't even know if my website's active anymore, the way everything been going. But yeah, and that's her as well. There's some, I can't believe, like I kind of got everything in the design down. But I was like, oh yeah, when I actually work on her officially, there's just like one single thing I gotta change. Yeah, so it's funny, 5 years ago, I'm working on this character, and now here we are 5 years later, and I'm finally getting around to another character that was right next to them. Yeah, happy 2026, y'all. It's funny, I got my 2025, what do we call it, like the Twitch recap. Yeah, stop the cap. It was an interesting year. It was an interesting year. As far as like content that I was taking in, I was looking at my recap and I was like, really? Dang. I was looking at my recap and I was like, I guess that makes sense. But then there was just some things that didn't make sense. It was an interesting year for me, just because it was a year I got to explore like other aspects of Twitch. I think like I forget how long I was on this platform. Like how long I was on Twitch before I ever even hit the homepage. Like I forget when it was. You know, you got to go back, start at episode 0, watch all 800 plus episodes, and then somewhere along the lines, like a few years in, like just a couple years ago maybe, I was like, yo, I went to the Twitch homepage, like for the first time. Like I had created an account, I had been on here for years, and it's really interesting, because like in that moment, it was just because I never even like ventured outside of the content creators that I came to Twitch for in the first place. And then like maybe I found a couple here and there, just by chance, whatever, you know what I mean? But I wasn't ever following like too many people, I don't think, ever at any point. And then like I kind of saw like, oh, there's like people that it was people that I watched on YouTube, or somebody that I watched on YouTube, like just an individual specifically that brought me over to Twitch. And then when I got on Twitch, then all of a sudden it was like other YouTubers that I was like, oh wait, I wonder, since they play video games, like I watched their YouTube video game content, I wonder if they have a Twitch page. Some did, some didn't, right? So the ones that did, like I would subscribe to them, right? So I figured I was like doing the whole Twitch thing the way that Twitch was meant to be done. But interesting enough, I had never went to the homepage. Like I created accounts, I did everything. I never been to the homepage for like 2-3 years. Oh, and that was like 2-3 years after I started streaming. I was probably on Twitch for like at least a year before I started streaming, like in like 2019 maybe. I would have to see when I created my account, but I created my account, and then when 2021 hit, January 2021, that's when I was like, you know what, I'm gonna start streaming. So then I don't know, let's say it was 2023, it'd probably be somewhere around like the episode 400s, you know what I mean? I probably like came on stream, just like I'm doing tonight, and I was just like, yo, I saw Twitch's homepage for the first time in my life, and I never like you know what I mean? It was like information overload. It was just windows and text and windows and text. I was just like, you know what I mean? Like it was the craziest thing that I had been on this platform for years and didn't know. like anything about it. I'd only stuck, like I said, with creators that I had already been familiar with. And then there was even some that like then I started following that I followed like not on YouTube, but maybe either on like Instagram or Twitter. You know what I mean? I don't even know when Twitter became X, so it might have even been Twitter back then. Like I don't even know. You know what I mean? Green werewolf, don't home. And that's pretty much been like my whole. It's pretty much been my whole like Twitch experience. You know, I'll be streaming on, I'll be going live on YouTube as well. My YouTube is still, you know what I mean? Like, I get more action and traction on Twitch, even with the diminished amount of action and traction I actually get on Twitch, right? It's crazy. So when I'm like talking about like this platform, I'm talking specifically about Twitch, even though I'm live on YouTube. Shout out to YouTube. Do I got my YouTube chat up just in case I try to do my best and not miss the chatter. There we go. So yeah, that's been my whole like streaming, whether as a viewer, like there were rare occasions when I came across a channel that I ultimately ended up following or anything like that for any particular reason, which now over the years has become an interesting endeavor. You know what I mean? It made me realize just how much like of who I am as a viewer is like dependent on like just circumstance, you know? So yeah, with that said, man, my 2025 was interesting looking at that recap, because the recap was, it was probably the first year that it was different from any of my other recaps, you know, for the most part. The TLDR, you know what I mean? If I had to sum it up, my recaps were always just like I follow like Capcom creators. You know what I mean? I don't even know what it takes to be a Capcom creator. Like I used to think it was a big deal, and then I found out there was like a lot of them, and I was like, oh, well, how do they do that? You know? There's like so many of them. I was like, oh, okay, it was interesting. That was something I learned last year. Just there's a lot of Capcom creators. That I just like never heard of. Not that I would need to have heard of them all. Like obviously there's gonna be some, but there was like a lot. I even like scope out their accounts, peep them, see who they are, see what they do, and then they're like not even doing all that much. And I was like, oh, I wonder if they were like just a one-off. You know what I mean? Like for instance, they do one thing, they partner with Capcom in some sort of way. Like I said, I don't know the parameters. But there was like, for for like the last whatever few years, it was always like, yeah. I looked at it, it would make sense, like Capcom creators. I just kind of watch them a lot. You know what I mean? Even though I don't play video games anymore, it's like, I still like to enjoy the video games in a way. But really, it's like the information about, you know what I mean, the industry and things like that, me being a media artist and an animator and all that other stuff, animation existing within video games and video games being more and more cinematic these days. You know what I mean? And not even talking about like fidelity as far as like cinematography, you know, how cinematic video games are, just like story, you know what I mean? There's like pixelated video games that are very story driven even these days. So like even that alone, like as a media artist, as an animator, it's like always very interesting to me. But yeah, 2025 was the first year. Here we go. Oh dang, I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to do that. Oh well. Can I access that from here? No. No. Okay. I accidentally closed my reference window. Look at me. Did that happen because of that? There we go. There we go. So yeah. Yeah, 2025, crazy year, just personally, but then just looking at my recap, it was like a clear departure from Capcom creators. And then I don't think there was not one Capcom creator on that whole thing. So it was like interesting results. You know what I mean? Essentially, it was just like a bunch of like multi-talented baddies, you know, that specialize in one thing or another, but they were all unique. Like they all covered a different subject matter as far as like what they stream and things like that. I was like, I would be watching a bunch of baddies. You know what I mean? Like compared to you know what I mean? But as opposed to like the typical baddies I would just be watching because it was like, oh yeah, they bad, so I just kind of put them on in the background from time to time. Like, they bad for no reason. Like, I could at least say, I was like, oh, okay, I was watching something that's just like, you know what I mean? Like, they actually, like, create content. For the most part. But yeah. And then even, yeah, I guess even when I like took a departure from Capcom creators, or at least not even departure from them in like previous years, but like was just watching other content creators that weren't Capcom creators, as opposed to like when I first started watching like actually embracing, I guess, like Twitch as a platform, even though I hadn't even seen their homepage yet, you know what I mean? Like channels that I followed. Like not even most of them were even on the list. I was like, dang. That's shocking. So yeah, it was the first year that I was watching like random content for the most part. You know, it was really revelating. You know what I mean? For me to see like, oh, okay. Like when I started like watching new channels that weren't Capcom creators. There was always like a specific thing that I was saying. They would say, oh, okay, I watched him for that. And then like, when that was done and over, I just kind of moved on. You know what I mean? Like what was once there just wasn't there no more. And it was all just because they beat the game that they were playing. You know what I mean? So I was like, oh, okay. It wasn't even... I was on here, I don't even know, just recently, whether it was like a month ago, a couple months ago, whenever it was. I was talking about watching a channel that I ain't never watched before just because I thought it was interesting. The person that was playing the game, like their personality type with the theme of the game, like just clashed. That it was interesting to see that streamer play that game specifically. You know what I mean? So like when I started on Twitch, it was all Capcom creators, and it was like that for a while just because, I mean, what else am I gonna do? And then once I started watching other creators, it was like, oh, okay, I learned. Now, especially with all the time, like the last, what, 2-3 years, it's like, okay, like I think I enjoy Twitch differently. You know what I mean? Like seeing particular streamers stream particular games, it only lasts as long as that streamer is streaming that game. You know what I mean? Once they're not streaming that game anymore, then all of a sudden, same streamer, different game, and then I'm just like, I'm just not there. You know what I mean? So I don't even know if that's like a bad thing. It sounds bad. It sounds worse than I mean it to. But yeah, Twitch is funny to me like that. And then like after the year that I had, I mean, the only way that I can kind of sum it up is like, it's like I'm not even allowed to be a fan of somebody anymore, you know? Like as a creator myself, you know, media art, animation, graphic design, illustration, tattoo artist, muralist, traditional art, digital art, this, that, and the other, video edit, like, don't forget about the workout video, like, everything that I do, even as a creator myself, it's like, after the year that I had, it's like, oh, like, the only takeaway that I got from it, looking at the random result that I got from my thing, was just like, oh, I suppose I'm not supposed to be a fan of anybody anymore. You know what I mean? Like last year I spent enough time talking about like competition. You know what I'm saying? I'm sitting over here like, I gotta be over here like hearing two different stories. Whereas the difference between like I'm hearing some of your favorite content creators, and remember, I'm your favorite streamer's favorite streamer. Like I've been hearing like, I don't know, one of three stories. Between one day it's friendly competition, the next day it's online bullying, and then the next day it's something worse than that, right? After the year that I had, I was like, oh, interesting. Hey, don't talk about my heartache. All right. And, you know, on my last stream, I was over there talking about how I've been dealing with jealousy my entire life. Okay, that's what it was. And it's like, you know what I mean? I'm so old, but I look. Like, so I was dealing with jealousy before, like, social media. Long before social media. So, it's interesting. Now it's like, my online presence has just become what my real life has always been, like offline. You know what I mean? Except the only difference is like when it's in real life, you're right there with the people. When you're online, you know what I'm saying? Like who knows where they are? You know what I mean? Like who knows who they are, where they are? You can't prove that. Like, you know what I mean? Like in real life, you could literally like just pull out your phone and take a picture of who's in front of you giving you grief. Where online, You know what I mean? It's like, oh, where, oh, who, oh no, like, you know what I mean? And it's like, oh, okay. It's like I got to dry people's eyes out here. I gotta go that way. There we go. This is typical. So yeah, needless to say, I've never been impressed by people in my life, for the most part, you know what I mean? Like people that I've actually known, you know what I mean? Regardless of how I know them, I've never been like particularly impressed. Obviously there's impressive people out there, I just don't know them, you know what I mean, personally. Like I've talked about, you know what I mean, being in a room with Glenn Keane and Kobe Bryant at the same time. You know what I mean? Where the two of them were on stage together. You know what I mean? Like I've met impressive people, but I mean as far as like people that I know of and life experience and all that other stuff, like I've never really been too impressed with too many people. So to see that my online life, I suppose, if that's what we're gonna call it. I don't even know what you call it. You know what I mean? Like technically it's just life. My online life is like caught up with my real life. It's interesting. It's interesting to see like how much like cowardice gets embraced because they give it so many other names. Like I was saying, you know, from competition to online bullying to even worse. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, people that just hide behind all these words when really at the end of the day it's just like cowards, regardless of who they are and what they do. It's like, oh. Like 2025 was like the year of the coward, and it's like, ooh, where are they? Ooh, who are they? You know what I mean? Oogie spooky. Like, just a bunch of losers. It's like I've dealt with losers like that my entire life. It's actually kind of funny. It's how much it's like the same energy. You know what I mean? Like it's the same energy as you would like experience it in reality. It's the same thing online. It kind of makes sense as to like people with like, you know, I'm so old but I look, but people that are actually like young and growing up with all this stuff, like I can kind of see it. I can kind of see it when you hear about those like really bad news reports about, you know what I mean, some high schooler this, some high schooler that type stuff that goes down, and it was all like the online stuff, and it was like, yeah. You know what I mean? So, like, I'm so old but I look, but if you're younger than me, you probably are. You know what I mean? Whether actually or just mentally, you probably are younger than me. Like no worries as far as like how all that online stuff operates is no different than it would be in reality. Like if you were born 50 years ago and you were dealing with that same situation, it would feel exactly the same. I used to hear about before this just past year, you know what I mean? Before 2025 or during 2025. Like I used to hear about these things, like news reports, whatever. And then the way that people would talk about it, commentators, just people that run their mouth for a living, you know what I mean? They almost don't create anything ever. You would hear them run a commentary, and the commentary would be somewhere along the lines of like, oh, the social media is bad. And it's like, is it? Is it? Because, I don't know. Seems to be exactly the same as just any type of socializing or society or any of that, like social word. Shout out to the outsiders, S.E. Hinton. You know what I mean? Pony boy. It's all the same. So I would just say, like, if you're online and you got to sit there and deal with cowards online, like it's no different than the cowards when they were, like, in reality. It was just like back before social media. You know what I mean? You at least had the opportunity to do something about it, where online. Hence the reason why, you know what I mean, this past year I talked about my grievances with online lawmaking, online policy, and cyber criminality and all that other stuff. You know what I mean? That was another thing that I talked about last year. I began talking about. It's like, you know what I mean? Unimpressive people are always going to exist. You just got to make sure that whoever you are, like, you better be doing everything to be more impressive than you are unimpressive. Because like I said, like, me with my life, like, I ain't never really seen too many people that really impress me. I make sure I give people their flowers. So if I ain't give you your flowers, there we go. Oh, that's wild. The worst part is the fact that I'm so old, but I look, and I still have to deal with it on the daily. You know what I mean? That means, like, all of you that's younger than me, like know that it don't stop. You know what I mean? And can't stop, won't stop. Like know that it won't stop. So find resolve with it. You know what I mean? Because Like, I'm so old but I look, and I gotta deal with it on the daily, and it's not like I'm dealing with it from kids. I'm dealing with it from like adults, parents, grandparents, like people that you think, people that swear up and down like they're a responsible adult. You know what I mean? But if you actually like just looked into them for like 2 seconds, you realize like they fumbled the ball at every point in their life ever. And it's like, oh, no wonder you mad. No wonder you mad. There we go. Let me go grab my tea. So yeah, as far as like my wrap up, I would say like the most interesting part was just seeing like who it was that who, you know what I mean? Would it give you the top five? Like who were my top fives? Like one shout out to Nardachi. You know what I mean? I love that girl. Like that girl, like she been holding it down since day one. Like she was there early on when I first started streaming. And I don't even know her. And but she found my channel. She followed way back then. That's why I keep her up on my page, just to get her whatever traction I can. But you know what I mean? I ain't got nothing but haters, unfortunately. So but yeah, shout out to her. I was glad to see her up on there. And then who else was on there? There was a One Piece content creator, one that I found that I watch on YouTube. I don't even know how I found out she was on Twitch. You know what I mean? It must have been like just on a video, like I was actually paying attention and watching the video, and so like, oh wait, she got a Twitch logo there. Like, let me go check her out. You know what I mean? And wait, let me go get this tea. You know, before I start rendering this stuff out. But yeah, I watched this One Piece content creator. She makes cool videos, you know what I mean? Like she be breaking them down. I won't say who it is, you know what I mean? Not even out of like anything bad. I just don't want to put her out like that. You know what I mean? Me and my channel. All the love I get, right? Yo, shout out to this One Piece creator specifically. Just because she made a crazy prediction. She made a crazy prediction and she was right about it. That might have been the One Piece event of the year, you know what I'm saying? I was on X, and on X they kind of pretty much wrapped up what was going on at the beginning of 2025, and then at the end of 2025 all the characters got introduced in One Piece in the manga. I was like, yo, it's been a crazy year for One Piece. You know, anime aside, anime quality. Yeah, this girl made the craziest prediction. She said that she said that prediction like, I don't know, months ago. Every now and then a One Piece content creator will say something. You know, often they say something, I'm like right there with them. But then every now and then some of them will say something, I'll be like, I don't even know what they're talking about. You're not even speaking English at this point. Man, she made this prediction like in the middle of the year or something like that. And then it didn't get like confirmed until like just like a couple weeks ago or something like that. I was like, how did she predict that? I was tripping in the living room. I was tripping with the manga in front of me. Like I was like, hold on. I was sitting there reading the manga. Yeah, so shout out to her. And it's funny because just recently I was talking about how my journey with the One Piece anime, how I like pretty much binged a whole lot of it, especially everything before the time skip, and then I didn't really catch up until like Fishman Island or the Big Mom Island, whatever that one's called. I always forget. Or maybe it was the Doflamingo Island. Like I don't even know. I don't even know when I caught up, but I caught up around somewhere around that time, like after the time skip. So it was one of those callbacks, I think, where I think it might have been just a singular word that was used that she was able to pull like a memory from one of them things that I just binge watched through, so I didn't pay attention. Plus I wasn't reading the manga back then, especially during that arc or that time. And you know what I mean, me just trying to sit there and figure out like yo, how did she make that prediction? I think it was just like a single word. And that single word, because it's like was only ever used for a single character, maybe, perhaps, almost, I'm not sure. And like that's the only reason I could think. And I was like, oh yeah, that must be the only reason why she was able to make that prediction. It was still a wild prediction though, even with that one word, you know. And then boom, it got confirmed. So she was up there as one of mine. So I was like, look at me embracing the One Piece community as much as I embrace the Capcom community. Yeah, see how much of this rendering process is getting like encumbered with all these details. This is part of the thing that I'm talking about as far as like doing studies, and I'm just gonna draw plants until I figure it out. But like what I'm already experiencing is like, alright, I need to simplify this. You know? Being a graphic designer in South Florida, you gotta work with a lot of palm trees in your graphic design. Probably more so than most other American graphic designers in other states, you know? And if you ever had to work with palm trees in graphic design, my heart goes out to you, because you know how difficult that is to try to take a silhouette as complex as a palm tree is, and simplify it down to, you know, something that can work small scale. Be it for this or that, you know what I mean? Like, palm trees are some of the most like wild trees to try to graphic design and get right, because there's so many like art styles. And depending on the look that you need to go for, like palm trees is so difficult, because you always need to simplify them. The only time that they're easy is if you can get away with using like just realistic ones. Then at that point you just need like a high-res photograph. You know? And hopefully you can find one at the right angle, time of day, this, that, and the other, you know? Like, so yeah, this stuff that I'm looking up is beautiful, but I need to find something that'll, you know what I mean, work with me nice. Yeah, like design elements like this might help a little bit, but man, is this like off a rip? It's beautiful. I like it, but like amount of work it's taking. So yeah, it's pretty sad when the 2025 ends with like the realization like I'm not allowed to be a fan of seemingly anybody anymore, right? Like that's how my year ended. Like I had my whole year. And like I said, I can't get no better. I'm already my best me. I'm so old, but I spent every New Year's being like, yo, I'm gonna be better this, I'm gonna be better that, I'm gonna be better this. You can go back and start my stream from episode 1, watch all 800 episodes, and you can listen to me from the beginning being like, yo, I'm gonna do it bigger and better. And it's been 5 years now. So I'm over here like, you know what I mean? Like how much effort is anybody ever putting into being better if they always have to like be better? You know what I mean? Like if you're so old, like you got kids, you got grandkids, and you still out here like, yo, like this gonna be the one. I'm gonna be I'm gonna be so good. It's gonna be so good. It can't get no better. Like dang. Like maybe you just missed the boat. You know what I mean? Like maybe you just missed the boat. Maybe you need to go talk to a therapist about it. Therapist? Why I feel like I'm still like a child making fun of people? Why I feel like I still gotta like sit there and make somebody else feel bad in order to make myself feel good? Therapist? Yo, this live stream is not brought to you by you know what I mean? Therapist, why do I still have to lie to get the results that I want in my life? Why did I have to lie to this person and to that person? Therapist. Therapist, I had to lie to the police this past year. Therapist, how did I? Like, people are so old. Like, you know what I mean? Like my heart goes out. My heart goes out to like the youth that gotta grow up. Because I could tell you, like, even though you wasn't around when I was around, like, you know what I mean? At least when people were like shiesty, it was that way to your face. You know what I mean? When it's not in your face, like that's a whole new monster. That's a whole new monster. But I mean, if it's when it's in your face, there's always a viable physical threat, right? So when it's online, there's no longer this like physical threat. It's a mental threat. And yeah, your mental can affect your physical. You know what I mean? If you're stressing, you know what I mean? Chemicals, this, that, and the other. Like, certainly. But when it's online, it's derivative of the mind. So I would just like say anybody who's younger than me, and you're probably younger than me. I'm so old, but I look. Like, Yeah, my heart just go out to young people because they don't even know. They don't have the experience, you know what I mean, to be able to measure like a physical threat that's right in front of you, and then like a non-physical threat that's not in front of you, you know. You know what I mean? The only thing that I can kind of like really say is that if there's anybody out there that actually feels like they have the right to try to impose that threat on you, like they don't. You know what I mean? You know, so when you have to sit there and go through those sort of experiences, I could only say, like, you know what I mean? When the physical threat's physical and it's right in front of you, fight or flight is right there. You know what I mean? That's anyone and everyone. They will fight or flight their way through, you know what I mean, anybody trying to impose a threat upon you. But when it's digital and the threat's not physical in front of you, then it's just everything of the mind. And listen to me when I tell you, like, having the experience, I'm so old, but I look, of the physical threats in front of you, and now the non-physical threats that are in front of you, that it's all just mental based. And the physical threats are also mental based, how to be able to, like, handle your fight or flight responses. Is a mental thing, right? So, like, the fact that pretty much everything is digital these days, like almost nobody's like physically threatening anybody anymore. I hear all the clubs are empty. I hear all the restaurants are empty. I hear all of the you know what I mean? Nobody's going here or there no more. Like, I hear everything is empty. You know what I mean? So if people aren't gathering anymore, then like, and there's this talk of like everything just kind of going digital at the end of the day. What's going on here? Alright. Why can't I see that there? Huh. Hold on. Like, the only thing I can say is like, yo, you just gonna have to like get your mental game up to be able to just handle that. Know that it's like, it's not even all that important that people feel that way. You know what I mean? I can't speak to anybody's particular situation. I could only say, like, speak to mine. And I could just tell you that mine was always derivative of jealousy. Jealousy of any kind. So as much as I'd like to sit there and say like, oh no, they just jealous of you, I don't know you, so I can't say that. But me being able to speak from my experience and be like, yo, it's because they were jealous. Like, I could also tell you, like, it was because, you know what I mean? Like, they're hurting because they're feeling like they're lacking, you know? for whatever reason, and they just gotta kind of like gotta hurt people. You know, God forbid you call somebody out on it. God forbid you speak up. God forbid you Terry Crews and you like, nah, we're not doing that. Like, that's when you really see how pathetic people are. How pathetic people have become. You know what I mean? Like, the game ain't changed. Not you turn into Terry Crews and you call people out and you be like, nah, we not doing that. Like, that's when people just be like, oh, calm down. Oh, it's just a joke. Oh, you know what I mean? Like, every excuse in the book other than like, no, like, they really are just bad people. That there is a place for them for what they've done. And now to avoid that place, they come up with any excuse and every excuse in the book. Like, that's the rough part, right? When it's online. Man, I even hate all those arguments of like when people say things like, "Oh, the only reason why people are treating you like that is because they're jealous." Like maybe, who knows? You know what I mean? Like, some people are just psychopaths when they want to treat you like that. That's why it's easier and probably more appropriate for me to just tell you, be like, nah, people like that, they just hurting. They just hurting for this reason or that reason. But if that's how they choose to like get their hurt out, is by hurting other people, like, nah, they got a place for people like you. You know what I mean? Because again, I don't know you. I can't speak to anything that you do or don't do. I could just speak my own. And speaking from my own, it's just always come from a place of jealousy. And I'll be like, dang, those people are hurting. And again, I mean, at this point, if I'm talking about my experience 2025, we talking about adults, we talking about parents, we're talking about grandparents, you know what I mean? Talking about business owners, talking about bosses, we're talking about, you know what I mean, career criminals. I mean, when I'm talking like my 2025 and my experience, like, yo, like, just believe me when I tell you, it does not stop. Like, for whatever reason, people cannot stop being pathetic, even when they make it to adulthood. It's like, dang, you know what I mean? Man, I got to the point of my life I can't even talk to people no more. The only question I got for anybody I may ever meet is just be like, yo, how'd you make it this far? You know what I mean? It's like, oh, right, you lied. Lied. Be like, dang, you even lied to the police? They be like, yeah, they even lied to the police. Like, dang. People just lie their way upwards through life. They be mad jealous. And they be like, yo, you jealous of that person? They be like, no. Then they about to get convicted. They're like, no, I swear I was just jealous. Why didn't you say that in the first place? See what I mean? Because, like, I've been dealing with my whole life. So when we were kids, like, it made sense when we were kids. Like, when we were kids and we're dealing with that, like, it's like, it's just kids. It's just kids. You know what I mean? I was just a kid dealing with other jealous kids. Like, kids was just jealous, and it's like, you know what I mean? Like, back then, like I said, I'm so old, but I look. So I spent a lot of New Year's resolutions on, like, I'm gonna better myself here, I'm gonna better myself there. Ever since I started streaming because I took the 5 years off of doing artwork. I spent, you know what I mean, the 5 years being like, yo, I'm gonna do this with the art. I'm gonna do that with the art. I'm gonna get better with the art, because there was no reason for me to get better anywhere else in my life, because I had already bettered all that stuff beforehand. You know what I mean? Like, I'm so old, but I look. And you know what I mean? Before I bettered all those parts of myself, like, you can imagine me having to deal with jealous people. To the point that I had to come to conclusions of like, yo, I'm gonna better myself. I'm gonna be a better person. You know what I mean? Like, dealing with jealousy to that point, to the point that I am that better person. All it did was just make more people more jealous. More people more jealous. You know what I mean? Like, like I got to start making jealousy cards and start handing them out. You know what I mean? To just people I run into on the street at this point. They're like, yo, I'm sorry, you jealous. Like it's gotten to that point. I'm so old, but I look. I gotta look at people and I'm, you know what I mean? I'm all the better man, and I'm just like, oh dang, you jealous? I'm sorry. Yeah. Like, oh, you know what I mean? Like you know what I mean? I've been here for like for decades. I've been here for decades. Like, I know that there's nothing I can do about that. At this point, I know there's nothing I can do about that. There's nothing I can do to be a better person or a worser person about your jealousy. I'd be like, oh no, they mad. Oh no. Who's gonna tell them? And then I look around the room and it's like, oh, everybody jealous. Dang, like, I gotta be the one to tell them. Like, oh man. Like, people out there just hurting, yo. You know what I mean? So part of me wants to say, like, be grateful that it's not, like, physically right there in front of you, because then you have to actually, like, learn how to decipher that fight or flight response, cortisol levels and all that stuff, you know what I mean? Mental and all that. But with everything just being online as it is, it's like, okay, like, it's mostly a mental thing. Yo, do you know how difficult it is? Like in 2025 when I learned like, oh dang, I can't even be a fan of people no more. Because as a business owner, like the whole point of me being a fan of anybody ever anymore is simply for the fact of being able to work with them at any capacity. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Whether I work with them like this many or if I work with them like that many. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, why would I ever want to work with anybody I'm not a fan of? Like, it don't make no sense, right? So it's like, if I'm a fan of somebody, then all that is like my professional way of saying like, hey, I want to work with you, whether I've reached out to you or not. So you know how difficult it gets when it's like, when online, you know what I mean, gets in the way of just good business. Like, I can't even be a fan of nobody no more. Because the internet can't stop interneting. And you know what I mean? Like, take it from me, adults do not grow up. You know how difficult it is? To be like, dang, it don't stop. Like, people don't stop being jealous and reacting like children with their jealousy. Even when they're adults. You know how difficult it is when those adults are like people that you were like fans of. And you just wanted to be like, yo, I'm gonna reach out to that person one day. And then before that day comes, the internet can't stop interneting, and adults never grow up. And then it gets in the way of good business. Because I mean, look at your business if you have a business at all of any kind. Like, don't you like working with people that you like working with and that you would like to work with, rather than people that you don't like to work with and wouldn't want to work with? See, like, I'll teach y'all how to internet. You know what I mean? Like, I'll teach y'all how to internet if I have to. Like, You know, it's like, the crazy part is, I remember growing up and the internet was barely a thing, and then the internet became a thing, and then social media became a thing. Like, I don't even know if I've ever even heard anybody ever talking about like how unexpected it is, like crackheads would get their hands on social media. Like how is that even a thing? You know what I mean? Like when you're a kid and you're like, one day I'm gonna be an adult. Like that expression also kind of includes like, one day everybody's gonna be an adult. Now everybody's just an adult with the internet, including crackheads. Is like nobody ever accounted for crackheads also having the internet. Which is crazy to me. Because even I didn't account for that. Like, I remember when the internet was interneting, AOL, email, MSN, Hotmail, chat room, like all that, like all that stuff. Like, back then, like, crackheads existed. I was gonna say in South Florida, like you can smell them when they around, like. Like, back then I never put it together. I was like, oh yeah, one day like Facebook came out, all that stuff, like everything over the years, right? YouTube and all that, like everything became everything, right? Like it never like got put together like, oh no, crackheads is gonna have the internet. I mean, it's worse even now, right? Like you got to follow me on Threads. You got to try to follow me on Threads to find my posts over there where I talk about, you know what I mean, how much worse it is now with that. But like even that, and it's like, oh, no wonder nobody grew up. Like, no wonder adults never become adult. You know what I mean? Like, no wonder why adults are still just kids, is jealous, and I just got to be like, dang, you still jealous? You know what I mean? Like, I worked on myself so much, I've become such a better person. But there's nothing I can do about your jealousy. I could never be such a good person that your jealousy goes away. You know what I mean? I could be an angel. I could be the second coming of Jesus, and then I could still not do anything about your jealousy. You know what I mean? Imagine my predicament. And we got crackheads who got the internet. You know what I'm saying? Like, dang. Like. The fact that it's not a crackhead, like, on social media that was on Times cover magazine last year is baffling to me. That should have been it. That should have been it. Like, I heard arguments that it should have been for somebody else. You know what I mean? I don't even really believe who I heard got it. Yo, let me stop. I was gonna say, let me look it up. I don't even care that much. I heard one thing got it. I heard somebody else deserved it, and I'm just over here like, yo, when we gonna get a crackhead on the cover? You know what I mean? A crackhead on their phone. You know what I mean? And you can see that they're on social media, just some obscure, you know what I mean, social media app, and just being like, yo, crackhead on social media. Time magazine cover. You know what I'm saying? I could be the best person on the planet Earth. You know what I mean? I'll be over here talking about like an artist of my caliber, painting with an AI brush. And I told you how I would be with AI art on the other stream recently. Like that's, you know what I mean? Like that's how I said it. Oh, that's so funny. My bad. Getting distracted over here with something. And it's still like no matter what I do or how much I do it, there's nothing I can do about how somebody else feels, ever. Hmm. Oh wait, that's almost done. Nice. Let me see. I think I've already tried looking this up before. I don't think there's anything there. I might be wrong. No whammies. Hmm. what's going on with that? Why is that doing that? So I just need to cut that down one frame? What's happening? Yeah, why is it... There we go. Okay. It's still doing it. Why is it doing that on the last frame? Especially if it's still... whatever. Oh yeah, that's only temporary, right? Yeah, I'm still just... Man, am I still just recapping my 2025? Yeah, I missed y'all on the New Year's, huh? Internet was out. What's up with that? Had the internet man out here super mad. Internet man was out here so mad. I went out there to go talk to him. I had a business call. I was like, yo, my internet's down. During the business call, I couldn't get pertinent information. And I was like, I went out there to go holler at the internet man real quick. Friendly. That man was so mad. He was like, yo. I was like, don't be mad, man. You're probably making like triple time right now. Yeah, it wasn't even worth going live. By the time it was, I was just like, you know what, let me just do some video edits and chill. Oh, that's right. I did watch a movie. Yo, look at me watching movies. I watched a movie. Man, I watched a movie. I didn't know how to feel about it, except I remembered. I saw a YouTube video. I tried to rewatch the YouTube video just so I can kind of remember the one that I saw, but I don't even know what year this movie came out, but it was recently, but you know what I mean? Um, but I saw a video about it because I was like, man, I don't play video games. I ain't watching movies no more. Like, like I ain't doing none of that. Your boy's just straight up working out here. And, I watched this movie, and I remembered I watched this YouTube video on it, and I was like, you know what? I'll watch the movie just because of this YouTube video, so I can kind of get an understanding of what that YouTube video was talking about. And I watched, what was it, the second Puss in Boots movie? Puss in Boots, making a wish, whatever it's called. So I finally watched that joint, right? Good movie. Aight movie. I fell asleep the first time. I had to wake up and then scroll back and rewatch it. And on the second, you know what I mean? First/second watch through, I had to, you know what I mean? Like, I understood why I fell asleep. Like, I fell asleep, I woke up, and I was like, oh, dang. Like, who this and who that? Good movie. I really liked the parts that were about the YouTube video that I watched. Everything else, I was like, oh, no wonder I fell asleep. Puss in Boots Make a Wish Kid was like really good. Right? For me, part of me, because I was there for Shrek. Like all of the Shreks. I don't even know if I watched the fourth one. You know what I mean? Because there was like, what, Shrek 1 and 2, epic, right? The first one, classic. Second one, epic. Third one, I don't even really remember. That's like Shrek and Fiona. I don't even know anymore. I don't even know if I watched the fourth one. Was it like Shrek and the Kids or something like that? Like, I don't even know. And, let me do that. And I can kind of recall the first Puss in Boots movie, but I don't even know if I ever watched it, to be honest. I don't even know if I watched that movie. Like, maybe I did, but maybe I just completely forgot it. You know what I mean? Could have just been one of them ones to me that I was like, oh, you know what I mean, cash grab or something like that. I really like the Puss in Boots characters in the Shrek movies. I really like the Shrek movies, you know. But yeah, there was something. Yo, is this? Oh, no wonder. I was about to say, why am I better be talking. You know, the Puss in Boots meme with the eyes and everything. Who was it? It was Donkey that was like mad jealous of Puss in Boots or something like that. Good movies, funny movies. So I'm watching the second movie, Make a Wish Kid, and I'm like, I watched a YouTube video beforehand of they were talking about, you know, because I be writing and I be studying and all that other stuff, so I'll put on a video from time to time. And I can't find this video anymore, but you can find a lot of videos like it. It was talking about the death character, the coyote or the wolf, whatever he was. Like, I got it off rip, you know what I mean? Like the YouTube video that I saw was all about like character entrances, the character presence, everything like that. Like, they kind of just talked about this death character, and I was like, he looked kind of cool, you know what I mean? Like the way that death looked kind of reminded me of the unused concept art of Chico from Metal Gear 5. You know what I mean? So I watched a YouTube video of a movie I never saw, right? Just because I like to kind of like learn about characters and stuff like that. I was like, I'll never watch that movie. And then I finally like got around to watching it. Where's he? He's gonna be towards the end then. Forgive me, I'm there we go. Dang, this is still some of my favorite concepts. Like, please, you know what I'm saying? So, Chico, unused concept art. I'm guessing this is him, like, when he grows up, he kind of gets his Raiden arc for the most part. Like, look how hardcore Chico look. And it's crazy because they got his Achilles tendons, you know what I mean? So I'm like, dang, how's he even standing? You know what I mean? Like, that alone is a story, let alone like his face and what's, you know what I mean? What's going on with that? Looking like Sleepy Happy Chaos or whatever that character's name is on Guilty Gear Strive. But Puss in Boots, Make-A-Wish Kid had the death character. Oh, look at him, he got paws on his back. Yo, look at Chico. Look at Chico carrying Pa's memory like that. You know what I mean? But Chico has like some really dope concept art. Look at the Yoji Shinkawa. It said, Yoji, hit us real quick. And he said, and then we got this. You know what I mean? Like, it's amazing. It's amazing. But yeah, so I watched that Puss in Boots character video on YouTube, despite the fact that I hadn't seen the movie, because I was like, you know what, the character look alone got me, and that was particularly why. I was like, let me watch this, you know what I mean? Like, I like Shrek. I like Shrek, you know what I mean? I like animation, like, you know what I mean? And so going into the movie, I was aware, you know, going into the movie, I was aware of this death character. But I wasn't aware of the movie at all. You know what I mean? Like because Death was a character and I'm aware of them being in the movie, I was like, okay, like he's gonna play a role, but I still don't know the movie. Man. Yo, Puss in Boots Make-A-Wish Kid was so good. It was so good. But you know I'm a critique it though, right? So the movie had too much going on. I don't know what it is. I don't know what year it came out. I know it came out recently in recent years. Like recently enough for me to just say that in recent years, it, everybody, all of entertainment, every single last one of you is doing too much with too much story, too much you trying to put too much stuff in anything. Like, and that's coming from me, the guy who got, you know what I mean, 40 years of a character story and 400 characters and everything like that. Like, you see the pace at which I'm working, and you even saw now chapter 0 me working through that. And that's me saying this to you. Like, too many of y'all are trying to do too much. And often, whenever I learn about the reasons why, like, because I always watch like the special features and everything like that back when special features was a thing to watch. Now you kind of just can only get around to things with YouTube videos and breakdowns and, you know what I mean, other people's opinions. Like, do they even sell Blu-rays anymore? Or is it like 8K now? I don't even know. Either way. Like, yeah, because I be getting digital copies, and digital copies only come with so much like extra features, and I be watching them. But too many people be trying to do too many things. Because Puss in Boots is a great character. The Shrek franchise, whatever you want to call it, is a great franchise. You know what I mean? It's like, you can't go wrong. Puss in Boots already got one movie out. I forgot about Soft Paws Kitty, whatever her name is. Kitty Soft Paws. You know what I mean? I completely forgot about it until there was that shout out to until she showed up. And I was like, wait, I think she was in the first movie. And then when she goes like, Soft Paws, I was like, oh, that was from the first movie. Okay. Like, I still don't remember it. But so the Shrek franchise is great. Puss in Boots is great. And now I watched this YouTube video that broke down the death character in Puss in Boots. And I was like, cool. Like, I'm down to watch this. I finally got around to watching it. Puss in Boots. His story with Kitty Soft Paws and death. Just that alone is great. Now, I don't remember the first movie. I don't even know if I watched it. I didn't know how it left off. So I can't recall the relationship between Kitty Soft Paws and Puss in Boots. But I mean, now obviously since I watched the second movie, like, I know now, like I can kind of like guess what that was about, right? But yeah, just those three alone, fantastic movie. Like a 10 out of 10 type of movie. Anything that wasn't them three detracted from that being a 10 out of 10 movie. Like, people trying to do too much. They had the dog character, and I'm not gonna say like, oh, dog character was a bad character, I didn't like him, so the dog was just too much. Like, I get what the dog was there for. I don't think it was necessary for the dog to be there for that story. You know what I mean? Like, it seemed like I was watching 3 or 4 scripts that got mashed together. And I feel like the dog story was one thing, the Puss in Boots story was another thing, And then we had two other antagonists. There was Goldilocks, and then I don't even remember other buddy's name. The psychopath, who was like a cook or something. I don't even know. The fat guy. You know what I mean? I don't know what he was. I hated that character. But like, you had all these, and it's like, fine, you can have the Puss in Boots story, you can have Kitty Softpaws, you know what I mean, bring her back from the first movie, that makes sense. And then you can have this story with Death, and Death being the only character that I was aware of beforehand. Like, I was with it. Everything that dealt with that, the Death character was so good, and he was only in like not even 10% of the movie, but that character stole the show, stole the scene, stole the shot. Anything that character did, it was the greatest thing. And that's in relation to, like, you know what I mean, Puss in Boots and everything like that. Like, we love Puss in Boots. And, you know, Kitty Softpaws fits in just because of, I guess, you know what I mean, they're talking about life and their experience. They had that experience together. And the movie is like Make-A-Wish kids, so it's like, okay, you know what I mean? Like they got history together. He has a wish, she has a wish, and Death is there. It's like, that's a 10 out of 10 movie. You could have still included the dog, still could have been a 10 out of 10 movie. The dog just had too much. The dog just had too much. It was unnecessary. Like, people just giving these characters too much screen time, too much air time. Like, yo, I'm not here to like hate on any voice actors. You know what I mean? Like, at the end of the day, I look at animation as, like I always did since I was a kid. Like I look at the characters as characters. You know what I mean? Even though I'm aware of voice acting and voice actors and stuff like that, I don't want to say like I don't care about y'all. Y'all do great work, but I'm not here for the voice actors. You know, I'm a big Metal Gear Solid fan. I don't care who voices Snake, as long as Snake sounds like Snake, and I hear like 2 or 3 people already voiced him over the years. It's like I couldn't tell you. You know what I mean? Like Batman the Animated Series, best Batman, not because of Kevin Conroy, but also kind of because Kevin Conroy, especially like since he did it for so long. And then like you got all these other guys playing Batman. Like, I'm not mad at the other guys playing Batman. They're not doing a better job than Kevin Conroy. I'm not mad at them. Like I don't show up for the voice actors. You know what I mean? Like, I appreciate what y'all do. Y'all do a great job. I need y'all. Love y'all. You know what I mean? But I don't watch a movie trailer and then see all the voice actors or the actors that are doing the voices. Because there's, you know what I mean, most of the time these days it's like they'll get an actor to do it rather than a voice actor to do it. You know what I mean? You'll get like the Ocean's 11 cast doing all these cartoon characters' voices. And it's like, okay, I see what y'all doing in that. You know what I mean? But I don't, you know what I mean? Like, I love voice actors, but I don't show up for y'all. I show up for a movie for the movie. And it's like, talking about Puss in Boots, Make-A-Wish Kid, talking about that dog. Like, that dog just had too much screen time. It's like if an actor had too much screen time watching a live action movie. It was like, yo, why did they give them that much? There was already so much going on. You got Puss in Boots, you got Kitty Softpaws, you got Death, now you got this dog, now you got Goldilocks, and you got her 3 bears, and you got this psychopath, and he working with all these people, and then you got every extra on top of that. Bartenders, city people, the big monster at the end, or at the beginning of the movie. Since you're going over Puss in Boots' life, like, even during the flashbacks, they're showing other characters. I like that flashback with that. They had Shrek and Donkey in there for like a second. Like, that was cool. And You know what I mean? Like, I go to a movie for the movie. So when I say something like that dog was in there too much, like, yeah, it was a little bit annoying, but that's like the side effect of the character being in there too much. But that's like not me hating on the dog character or the voice actor, because I think the dog as a character played a great part. And here's the other part, man. I saw something and then it never got addressed with the dog, just so I could throw the dog some bail. You know what I mean? Like, there was this ongoing joke with, you know what I mean, the cat eyes, the meme, Puss in Boots with the cat eyes, and he gets away with anything. And then I kind of remember like Kitty Soft Paws, like they had that bit in the second movie, but maybe it was a thing that happened in the first movie too. You know what I mean? When Kitty Soft Paws did the you know what I mean, the baby eyes, I can get away with anything sort of thing. And it's like, and then there was the bit with the dog, and the dog trying to get away with it, and then the dog's eyes is just popping everywhere because he can't do it, which is funny. Like, I get the bit, you know what I mean? And I'm not saying that bit shouldn't have been in there. Keep it in there. 10 out of 10 movie. Keep that bit in there. You know what I mean? The dog don't need to have the 75% screen time and dialogue for that bit to be in there. But there was a bit, or there was a scene when Puss is like knocked out or something like that. He down and out, like Puss is in a bad spot. And he you know what I mean? He's like laid out. He's not standing, and then the dog go run over to him, and then the dog is like trying to be a dog. You know what I mean? Does that thing that dogs do, which is like emotional support, and the dog can't figure out what to do, and then he does the thing that all dogs do. And you know what I mean? Anytime you ever see anybody like ever appreciating a dog, the dog just like rests its head on you at that moment. Like, check out that scene. I don't think they address it and they don't talk about it, and I was just like, what are we doing? What are we doing? Like, they already did the call out like once when the dog first tried to do it, and they were like, you ain't gonna do it. And then the dog tried to do it on his own, and then he's not doing it, where the dude is like, what are you trying to do with your eyes, dog? In that scene, the dog did the thing. He was a dog, put his head like on Puss's belly or something like that, and was like looking at Puss. He was doing the eyeball thing. But they didn't edit it, they didn't animate it, they didn't do whatever they needed to do to make his eyes do the thing that was the kitty cat baby eyes, I can get away with anything sort of thing. But if you watch that scene, the dog was doing it. His eyes were huge. He was looking up at Puss in Boots, and Puss in Boots is out, and then he goes to pet the dog, and then that's everything right there. That's a dog giving the emotional support that anybody who needs like emotional support in any sort of moment. You down and out, you're not on your feet, you need to get up. You know what I mean? The dog is there to give you that support. Like, he did that in that moment, and while the dog did that, like, he had the eyes thing going on. I was like, oh, he's doing the thing. Like, I'm watching it, and I'm like, is he gonna say something? Is he gonna mention it? Is he gonna talk? Like, maybe I missed it, but I'm watching it, and then it just like came and went. Like you know, Puss got back up, and then the dog was like, yay, and I was like, they didn't call attention to it. The whole movie, the dog trying to pull that, and they even set it up with the 1, 2, 3. And that might have been the third instance that dog was in that situation where it was, you know what I mean? The first two obviously being the jokes where he couldn't get away with it, the eyes are popping. But there was something to be said with that dog character, that he pulled it off at a very crucial moment, and he didn't even mean to. And there was something that could have been said of like, hey, when you're not trying, like, that's when you get to do the thing. You've been trying to do this thing all movie, we already set it up once. When you first tried it, you failed. You tried to set it up twice. The bad guy was like, what are you doing with your eyes? And then you set it up the third time, and the dog actually did it, and it wasn't even like preluded. It wasn't like you know what I mean? It wasn't like in your face with it. It was like a really great scene. But I looked at the dog, and the dog had like big old eyes and looking up, and I was just like, oh, he's doing the thing. They're gonna, Puss in Boots is gonna be like, oh, you did the thing. I'm almost certain it went like unnoticed, unchecked, whatever. Like it just happened. It was just a good scene, but like I was like, oh, you know what I mean? If the dog was ever supposed to have a moment, that was supposed to be the moment. That was the dog. That was the time that the dog was a dog. And looking at the entire dynamic, the social structure of all the characters in the movie, the dog went from being something like a sidekick to like, oh, okay, you know what I mean? The dog is kind of like the dog. Like if Puss in Boots is like the man and Kitty Sawpaws is the woman, and they're like a couple, the dog is like the couple's dog. So the dog's role was to be as a dog. And they set up this whole bit with the eyes, and then the dog did it, and then they didn't call it out. And I was like, you know what I mean? Like 10 out of 10 movie gets subtracted because the dog got too much screen time. Now I got to subtract it some more because I'm like, the screen time that did count didn't get the attention. When there was like all this extra dialogue and talking, and who cares about the dog? Oh, I'm rub my belly and I got a sweater, and it's like, who cares? Like we don't need any of that. Like there's just too much going on. We didn't need to talk about all that. You know what I mean? Like keep it to the bits. And so yeah, there was just too much going on. Like I said, it's like 3 movie scripts all in one. It was like they gave this dog all this airtime, like as if the dog had like was a script and for another movie, and then they were like, nah, let's just include it. You know what I mean? So now we got 3 scripts colliding and mashing with each other, and how much airtime are all these scripts gonna get, or something like that? Like it was just too much. Goldilocks and the 3 bears. Does anybody need to have Goldilocks and the 3 bears story told to them? Like, I don't think anybody needs that. I love the bit that they did, where anything and everything that they did, it was like, you know, too hard, too soft, just right, too hot, too cold, just right. Like that bit that they had going on, perfect bit. It never needed to go beyond that. Nobody needs to know about Goldilocks aside from her name. Once we know that character's name is Goldilocks and she's running around with 3 bears, nothing else matters. You got the bit down. Too much this, too much that, just right. Too much this, too much that, just right. The only thing that I would have said was like, you could have set that bit up 3 times, just like the dog with the eyes, like the 1, 2, 3. You got 3 bears with a bit that says like 1, 2, 3 just right. You could have 3 bits. I would have loved to have seen it where each bear had the right. You know what I mean? Where each bear had like the bear that was like too hot, like that was gonna be the answer for that situation. You know what I mean? And too cold, and then, or too soft, or whatever, and then that would have been the answer to that situation. That would have been the right answer to that situation. And then the just right, and then that would be the answer to the situation. I would have loved to have seen, like, whatever, 3 instances, since there's 3 bears. Like, everything else that wasn't those bits was not needed. The camera never even needs to cut to them. We already know that they're hunting them down for whatever reason. Was it for the map? Did they bounty hunters? I don't even know. Like, I don't even know why they were there. You know what I mean? But since they were there, like, we don't need the family dynamic of them. Like, that could just be told. You could have cut 90% of their lines and their screen time, and then that last 10% would have just been the bits and whatever little extra needed to be there in order for them to be in the scene. As I guess they were bounty hunters, I don't even remember. But there was so much extra with them, and it was like, why? You already got Goldilocks and the Three Bears. Nobody needs to know anything, you know. Too hot, too cold, just right. You know what I mean? Like, too hard, too soft, just right. Like get those bits out. Get 3 of them in there at least, and then you're good. It was like, all right, now we got a movie script for like Goldilocks and the Three Bears, and it's a story of like family dynamics and you know, and this, that, and the other, and it's like, yeah, you can tell that story, but not here. Like, not in this Puss in Boots dealing with like death. You know what I mean? Like, this is a Puss in Boots dealing with death. You know what I mean? Sort of situation. This is Puss in Boots dealing with his life sort of situation. We don't need to give, I don't even know how much time they got, but it was too much. Just like the dog had like way too much. Could have kept the dog just relegated to the eyeball thing, and then just kind of being annoying off to the side, but just barely ever. Like, not so much so that you like I couldn't stand it. How much longer was this movie that it needed to be that like Goldilocks and the Bears got so much time? Like, they didn't need that. Like, we already know the dynamic. We see the character designs. We can already identify which one's the mama, the papa, and the baby, and which one's Goldilocks. Like, we don't need all the extra minutia. And then there was the other guy who I don't even know who he was. You know what I mean? It was like, you can have all of these bounty hunters, bad guys, antagonists chasing them. Like, we don't need all the extra. What was that? Jiminy Cricket rolled up on him. When did Jiminy Cricket, like he popped up on man's shoulder at some point in the middle of the movie? I'm like, Jiminy Cricket is here? Like I was like, what are we doing? And why is he talking to him? And why is Jiminy Cricket having a conversation with this dude? And it was like to establish that he was a bad. Like don't we already know he's the bad guy? Regardless of whether he's a good guy or a bad guy, he's chasing down Puss in Boots, and the Puss in Boots is the titular character. He's obviously the bad guy, regardless of what kind of bad guy he is. Like, did we really need... I don't even know if that was Jiminy Cricket. Did we need Jiminy Cricket there to... Like whatever he was doing? Like, where did he even come from? Like, he just came in the middle of the movie out of nowhere. Like, because he wasn't there when Buddy was introduced. It wasn't like Buddy was introduced and Jiminy Cricket was there like as his like secretary or something like that. And he was introduced, like Buddy showed up, had all this screen time already been chasing them down, already established as a crazy psycho. And then like Jiminy Cricket's popping up and like just telling us who he is, like we haven't already seen it. And then again, just too much time spent on that guy. Like, all of that stuff, the dog, Goldilocks and the Three Bears, and whoever that other crazy guy is with Jiminy Cricket, like, all of that cut out 3/4 of their script. I'm not even trying to throw salt on the voice actors. Like, they did a great job. Could have been a stronger movie without so much story detracting from Puss in Boots. And then his relationship with Kitty Softpaws. And then, like, kind of getting the dog in there a little bit. You know what I mean? Dang. I just did that. And then, because, yeah, like, Death showed up. And Death would steal the scene. You know what I mean? And I'm not saying like give us more Death. Like, I'm not saying like take away time from all these other characters and then fill that time up with more Death character. I think Death was, like, the amount of time that Death was in there is the perfect amount of time for that dog to have been in there, and for Goldilocks and the Three Bears to have been in there, and for that other crazy dude. I don't even think the movie needed Jiminy Cricket, to be honest with you. Like, just get rid of Jiminy Cricket completely and just have Buddy be crazy. And it's like, you know what I mean? Like go read that fairy tale story if you really want to know who that guy is, because I don't, you know what I mean? Like, I just hated this character. You know what I mean? Frankly, I would say cut him out from the movie too. Just leave it Goldilocks and the Three Bears are hunting down Puss in Boots for whatever reason. You know what I mean? Because then you still have Death and them, which is already two antagonists with, you know what I mean, the Kitty Softpaws dynamic with the dog dynamic. Like there was just too much going on. I was like, no wonder I fell asleep. I fell asleep when the dog was introduced. By the way, that was the part that I fell asleep. You know what I mean? He with the crazy cat lady and the dog was introduced. I'm sitting on, like, passed out, woke up at some point. I saw Kitty Sawpaws and I said, "Oh dang, where?" I said, "Where are we at? Let me roll back and watch this." And the amount that Death was used is about as much as you needed any of those other characters I just talked about to be used, and they were used way beyond that. It was like filler. It was like padding, and it was not necessary because the movie was already over 90 minutes. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like 90 minutes is a good movie time, regardless of any movie. And if your movie goes beyond that, then it should be a matter of, like, subject matter, or if the movie's an epic or something like that. Like, having a 3-hour Lord of the Rings movie, I think is fitting. You know what I mean? I'd rather have 3-hour Lord of the Ring movies than 6 2-hour Lord of the Rings movies. You know what I mean? Like it was an epic fantasy. Like, it served a purpose to be that long of a movie. You're sitting down, you're going on this crazy adventure, this wild thing that's taking you to a live action new land, where, like, animated movies, they're fun, they're popcorn, they're the candy, they're soda pop. You kind of don't you don't want to have to get up to get a refill. You know what I mean? To refill your popcorn, to refill your soda pop in the middle of watching an animated movie. Animated movies don't need to be that long unless, you know what I mean, you're making like Akira, where it's like an epic, you know what I mean? We're dealing with telekinetics. We're dealing with the military. We're dealing with, like, crooked politicians. Now my homeboy who's my friend since forever, now he's turning into a monster. Now, you know what I mean? Like, now Akira shows up and then the song hits, like all that. Like, it's epic. Like, okay, that animated movie gets more than 2 hours. Ghost in the Shell might have been a 90-minute movie, maybe 2 hours. Again, it's crazy. You're dealing with the internet, hackers. You got the cyber guy who's like, you know what I mean? Like I've been looking for you my whole life, lady. Like that might have been a 2-hour movie. I own it. I gotta go back and watch it, I guess. And yeah, it's like, okay, some of these movies, when they're a little bit more mature in subject matter and they get a little bit more epic, it makes sense for them to have like a longer than 90-minute wait. You know what I mean? Like 90-minute movie length time, whatever. Animated movies that are like fun, poppy for kids, you know what I mean? Like make them quick. They don't need to be crazy epic. Even when it's like a heavy subject matter, like Puss in Boots dealing with his death and his life. Like, it's a heavy subject matter. They managed to make it fun, and then they managed to just put way too much in it. It was like, who's responsible for, like, cutting back and just being like, hey man, we're here for a good time, not a long one. You know what I'm saying? Like we're here for a good time. Trust me, voice actors, you are gonna look better with less time. in this movie. You know what I mean? Like I just don't get why I'm seeing in movies like just too much. It's like I don't know what's happened to the industry where it just feels like everything is an amalgam of too many cooks in the kitchen. Everything's an amalgam of like, I have a script and I have a script and I have a script, and then you got one moron just sitting there like, well, we're gonna put them all together and then we're just gonna hire another person to make all 3 scripts work. And then it's like, that's gonna be like a 14-hour movie. Okay, well then we'll cut it in half. That's still like a 7-hour movie. You can't. Okay, well then we'll cut it in half again. And now none of it makes sense. Now all of it is just like, you got, like, I don't know what to follow anymore. I only knew to follow Puss in Boots because he's the titular character. Why are we spending so much time with the dog? Why are we spending so much time on Goldilocks like we don't know her? Why are we spending so much time on whatever that guy is? And then Death, the best character. Now I see why that YouTube video was made. And then there's like more now. Like I went to go look it up to see if I could go find that old video. I couldn't find it, but I saw like more videos were made, and then I watched them. Like such a good character. And it was like Goldilocks could have been that good of a character had they treated it correctly. The dog could have been that good of a character had it been treated that way. The other buddy could have been that good of a character had he been treated that way. But they weren't. They were given all this extra. And then it just made the movie decrease in quality from being a 10 out of 10 movie to now like being like what, like a 7 out of 10 or something. For only whenever Death shows up in the scene, you're like, this is so good. It's the best part of the movie. And it's not even just Death, it's the Puss in Boots and Death dynamic that's so good. You know what I mean? And Kitty Softpaws has to be there because of the whole thing at the end, like everything like that. And the fact that it's a sequel from the first movie, like, alright, it makes sense that she's there. So, Death, Puss in Boots, Kitty Softpaws, that was all the movie needed. You threw in all this extra stuff. Why all this extra stuff took up so much more screen time than Death, and then shot over a 90-minute. I don't even know if it shot over 90 minutes. It just felt that way. I can go back and look at this. Let me go back and let me just look it up. Let me just look it up. Let me just look it up. Puss in Boots, Make a Wish Kid. $2022. Alright, so yeah. 3-4 years ago. 102 minutes. So yeah, 10 minutes over 90 minutes. You definitely could have took those 10 minutes and just took 5 minutes away from Crazy Buddy, took 5 minutes away from Goldilocks. Straight up. Straight up. Straight up. I would even say take 10 minutes from Goldilocks, take 10 minutes from Other Buddy. Make them extremely obscure, make them extremely over the top, and then just make that 10 minutes a little bit more with Death. Just a little bit more. That character was so good. It was so much fun. Anytime him and Puss in Boots were on the screen together. Everything else was just like, why? You know? 102 minutes. Dude, I would have cut 12 minutes out of that. Easy. I would have cut 12 minutes out of that. I wouldn't have even batted an eye. I would have cut 12 minutes out of that. And that's coming from me. You know what I mean? The guy with a 40-year long story with 400 characters in it. You know what I mean? For instance, like, let me ask you a question. You know what I mean? Let me ask you a question, chat. Live chat. How much do you think this character is in the story? You see what I'm saying? Like this character that I've been working on recently. Either one of these characters. You know what I mean? Like I give them all the equal amount of like concept art love. You know what I mean? The concept art stage is different from the writing stage to the final cut stage, if that makes sense. The concept art stage is different. You know what I mean? So like this character right here that I've been working on. Even if we want to think about him since I got him here, like this character. How much you think this character is in the story? Like if I got, I mean I recently just went over it, but, and you can watch my, you know, G Mr. Draw on Patreon. Go check me out. Get a commission. I want to draw something for you. If you check out that video, I'm pretty sure it's like I got 30 something stories, 40 something stories, something like that. How many of those stories do you think like these characters, this one and or that one, is in? I could spoil it for you right now with the amount of stories that they're in. You know what I mean? Like the amount of time I spend on these characters during concept art doesn't determine the amount of time that these characters spend in the story. I'm trying to find who these characters are because I know who they are in however many stories that they're in. Whether it be one story, whether it be all 40 stories, like, you see what I mean? Concept art, character treatment is so much different from like writing the story and then including these characters in them. You know, but that's just it. Like how much time did I spend away from this character? Like I spent like 18 months away from them, and then just in the last 6 months, like I visited them or whatever it was. Like I drew them in pencil, and then like a year later I inked them, and then like a year later I'm finally going in and rendering them. Like with the amount of time and thought for the concept art, it's just to capture the character because I know this character's role in the story, you know? Same thing with this, with her, with this character. I just need to make sure I get it right. And once it's right, it's like, oh, we're gonna be off to the races. I can't wait. I can't wait for y'all to see, you know what I mean, to read these stories. It's gonna be so good. It's so good. Like, cause every character is so extra. But some of these characters, all of them are extra. I mean, what? You don't think? Like I would show you those pictures, but you know what I mean. They're from the Patreon stuff. But like this character here, you don't think this character is gonna be so much extra? How much do you think this character? You know what I mean? Crazy and wild as he is, like how many stories do you think this character is in? You see what I mean? Like I could spend so much time away from these characters. There's always like that point where it's like I draw up to a point, I'm like, okay, I could take a break here. Meaning I can take a break here. Meaning I kind of established what I needed, either overall for forever for this character, or just into the points because I need to move on. You know what I mean? Like I got enough for now, and now I need to move on. But same thing. Like how much do you think this character is in the movie? How much do you think these characters are in the story? You know what I mean? How much do you think she's in the story? Now you've seen her in chapter 0, so you know she's there in the beginning. How long is she going to be in this story? You know she's there at the beginning now. You see what I mean? The concept art that I do has nothing to do with the amount. Every character is over the top. Every single one of them. And The only part that I need to do is to get that visual representation of them, because I know how much or how little they're in the story, so I know how over the top I need to make their character. These characters are not Goldilocks, so we don't know who they are. I haven't told you who they are yet. You know what I mean? You can only kind of know that one character who's in the first story, who I'm like, you know what I mean? You look at her dialogue, you see her interactions, you see who she's talking with, and you're just like, oh, okay. You kind of know a little bit. You saw how a little bit over the top the first chapter is. It's like, that's what I mean with how much airtime. It's no hate towards voice actors. You know what I mean? When I'm like, yo, I wouldn't have even given that character that much time. It's just, characters are characters for a reason. And I can't wait to show you every single last one of them. And you better believe the ones that have less time, kind of like how Death did in Puss in Boots, they're all going to make their impact in the story. They're all going to be lovable, hateable, whateverable. You know what I mean? Okay. But yeah, I watched Puss in Boots, Make-A-Wish Kid, and yo, that movie was so good. The movie was so good, but like, yeah, the Puss in Boots, Kitty Soft Paws, and Death. Man, I wish I could like just re-edit movies my own way, to my own liking. You know what I mean? And then like kind of like re-put them out there, but that's like illegal or something like that. So you know what I mean? You could understand part of the reason why I wrote my own stories and made my own characters and kind of like want to tell my own tales and all that other stuff. This is exactly why. You know what I mean? But yeah. I mean, Death was such a good character. In that movie, it had me thinking, you know, especially since I was talking about the Street Fighter movie recently. And then for Christmas, I gave y'all that gift of my Akuma. You know what I mean? Since I've been thinking about that lately. Where I'd be like, man, I can't believe I told him that. Like, because I got all that going on. That Death character was so good. And Puss in Boots movie was so good. 10 out of 10, but then some elements just detracted from it being a 10 out of 10. You know? That I was thinking about Ryu and Akuma. And it got my mind going, like racing, and I just started writing scenes in my head and everything like just watching. I was just like, oh my god, this is so good. It's so good. Like, you know, I know a movie's good when I'm like inspired to then work, you know. Yeah, why does it keep going? I already took out the last frame, and it should be fine. But it's cutting off every time. I don't like that. Whatever. Anyway. Yeah. I mean, yeah, like all the YouTube videos kind of cover everything already, so I don't even know if there's anything that I could say that the other videos didn't already say. But like his introduction is so cold because I watched that YouTube video. I mean, the movie came out like, what was it, 3-4 years ago now? So I watched that video, could have been like 2 years ago, you know what I mean? So I kind of remember it, but I kind of forgot it, you know what I mean? Like, the only reason why I even remember that video is just because of the design of the wolf character reminded me of the Chico design. Just, you know what I mean? That raincoat, hooded raincoat with the blades look, with the multiple blades look, like, you know what I mean? And then, like, whether I remember he was like the Grim Reaper character or not is almost irrelevant. Like, I can kind of only remember. The whole reason why I watched that movie was for that character, and it completely paid off, is all I'm saying. And I was just like, there was so much that didn't need to be in that movie. You know what I mean? Like, you only need so much of a bad guy when you have multiple bad guys, when you have multiple antagonists. You know what I mean? It's only when you have like one singular antagonist in a movie, whatever, that it's like, okay, you want to deep dive. Had Goldilocks been the only antagonist in that movie, like it was a Puss in Boots, you know what I mean, story, Kitty Saw Paws, there's a dog, and then it's only Goldilocks and the three bears, like, yeah, then go ahead and tell their story and their dynamic. You know what I mean? We kind of need to eat up some time. If it was just this, whoever that psycho character dude was, like, that's what I mean. Like, I don't even remember that character's name. There was just so much unnecessary stuff in there. By the time I was seeing Jiminy Cricket, I was just like, I don't even know what I'm watching anymore. And then Death would show up, and I'm like, oh, that's right. That's right. I'm awake. Like, there was a scene, I think it was like when he just runs into Kitty Softpaws in the movie. Like, he just runs in, you know, Puss just runs into her, Puss and the dog just run into her. And then, like, you know, movie shenanigans, animation, like all that stuff happened. And then, and you know what I mean, like nothing was happening as far as like major characters. I don't even remember, outside of like, this is when he bumps into Kitty Softpaws, and then they exit the scene with like, they're on the back of a horse-drawn carriage or something, I don't even know, and they're leaving town, and they busted open some gold or something, and then all the townsfolk are going over the gold, and then Puss is getting that rush, and he's like, you know what I mean, he's celebrating his life again. He's like, oh, you know what I mean, and tell him that Puss in Boots sent you, or something. Like he was doing whatever he was doing, he was celebrating the moment. And then there was just that one like quick shot. Death is just standing there amongst all the people that's like diving on the gold to try to get the gold. And then Death is just kind of just chilling. He's just like, okay. And then, you know what I mean? Like that's perfect. That's when you know you got your character down right, when they just their presence alone. I'm not even talking about like bad guys or antagonists. Just anytime that the camera cuts over to the character and you understand why the camera cut to that character. You know what I mean? Like even, and that was just like a couple of seconds. It was like, oh, that's why I'm watching this movie. That's right. There was so much that happened since the last time I saw Death I forgot he was in the movie. Then he shows up and you're like, oh, that's right. Oh, that's right. And I don't think that that's a good thing. You know what I mean? Like too much just took away from it. Where you could have had the scene with, you know what I mean, the dog and Puss in Boots run into Kitty Sawpaws, if that's even what it was that was happening at that moment. And then, you know what I mean, trailing off, and you don't see Death for a little bit. And then you just see him for that 1 second, and you're like, oh, that's right. Yeah, I think that's it. Oh, dang. Hold up. Let's do this. Let's do this. Next up. Yeah, and I'm not even here to say, like, had it only been, like, Death and Puss in Boots in the movie, that it would have been a better movie. It would have been, like, a 15-minute movie. It would have been a smoker of a movie. Like, it would have been the greatest short ever made. But, like, you know what I mean? If Puss in Boots deserves, like, a 90-minute movie, you know? So, like... But, yeah. It was so... That character was just so good. You know, the most disturbing part, I don't even know if that dog in the sweater is a fairy tale character. That was the other thing I was getting annoyed with. I was like, who even are you? You know what I mean? Like, I'm looking at this character that's getting way too much screen time, and I didn't even appreciate the character being there until he rested his head on Puss in Boots to try to, like, get him up. You know what I mean? He was worried about him. He was being the emotional support animal that he was there to be. And it was like, and then he did the eye thing, and I was like, okay. You know what I mean? That was the 1, 2, 3 with that character. And they didn't even call it out. Like, in that moment, that's when I was like, okay, the dog stays. The dog stays. You know what I mean? Just cut out a whole lot of dialogue from him, please. It's like, I just don't get. I just don't get why it seems like every movie is just, they're all just trying to do too much, you know? They're all just trying to do too much. And it's like, why? Like, that's another thing. Here's why. Here's why it irks me. You know what I'm saying? It's like, why take a 10 out of 10 movie and then downgrade it, detract from it with minutia? Why not let it be the 10 out of 10 movie that it is, and then just make another movie? You know what I mean? Like, in a time when, like, people have so much, there's so many problems with jobs, there are not enough jobs out there. Not having enough jobs out there is like saying you don't have enough projects to work on. It's like, nah, you have plenty of projects if you got to sit there and try to slam 3-4 projects together into a single project. I'm sorry, but that's 4 projects that you could have worked on. You could have had that 10 out of 10 movie and then let that pay the way for the next movie. And then let that, pray that the Goldilocks movie is a 10 out of 10 movie. It could be with a good enough script, right? It's a good story thing that I never thought about, the whole Goldilocks family dynamic, like what happened with Goldilocks and the bears after the fact. Like, anytime I think about that story, the only thing that I think about is like, you know, too hot, too cold, just right, too hard, too soft, just right. Like after that, I don't know what happened. Do the bears eat Goldilocks? Does Goldilocks live with them for real, for real? Like, I don't know. But it's a great dynamic. And you have like that 1, 2, 3 KO with anything. Because then you just have to say anything. You know, too high, too low, just right. Too fast, too slow, just right. Like you can play that little gimmick 1,000 different ways. That's its own movie. The crazy guy with Jiminy Cricket, I don't even know. I didn't even like that at all. You know what I mean? I don't even know, man. But that's what I mean. It's like, I don't even know why the industry is hurting. Or why the industry settles to make subpar content. Or why these big time movies, I don't want to say that they're garbage, but you know what I'm saying, they're lesser than. And it's like, it's not just Puss in Boots, but it's like almost, it's like everything that I watch these days. It's like, or even some of the video games. Screw it, the stories in the video games, there's too much going on. Like, why are we mashing together like 15 stories to tell one story? Why not just tell one story? Like, and that's coming from the guy who has like 40 stories. You know what I mean? In the tuck. Like, that's why I'm keeping it the way that it is. You know, notice I haven't really changed from that. It's like, nah, these are perfect as they are. You know what I mean? What I've been doing on my Patreon is actually like revisiting them. And now what I'm doing with my writing, making sense of like way later in the story and everything like that, because everything gets so crazy and convoluted that there's so much information going on where it's like, man, right now it's like this like cloud of smoke that's swirling around, and I'm like, I just need it to settle. You know what I mean? I just need it to settle down. So I can kind of wrap my head around it, much like these characters before I work on them. I'm like, I need to find the right look for these characters that captures their energy or whatever it is. Same thing with these stories. It's like right now, because I'm not like writing them, they're like these, you know, they're like these I don't knows out there. And what I've been working on my Patreon, what I'm writing now is like, I'm answering a lot of those questions. As so much is making sense. I'm getting so much more excited again because I'm like, oh, that's right. Because I was working on the first story, the yellow story, so part of me is like, man, I'm so scared about this story. Not for any reason. But by my focusing on the yellow story, I'm like not thinking about any of the other ones. I'm like, focused on this project. But then I'll take another day and then I'll work on, like I said, I'm working on the other stories, like way down the line. So it's whatever. Where are my references? I'm doing these references so I can work on another character. Let me see if I can like find something. Find something that I like, that addresses like what I got going on over here. You know what I mean? Because it all looks cool. But looking cool don't mean nothing to me if it's looking cool for no reason. Like, check this out. I don't own any of these comics. They're kind of like on my wish list or something like that. But let me see if I can find something just to talk about it. And so I can kind of explain the difficulty that I'm running into. See if I can get a picture. Alright, so this is kind of a cool picture, but I need like a full body picture. I don't even know what I really need to get a picture of in order to illustrate what I'm talking about, but I'm gonna try. With what I'm working on with this current character, what I'm trying to get around to, and what I'm trying to avoid, mostly, you know what I mean? Yeah, it's so hard. See, for me, aesthetically, this character just... So I'm having a hard time. So there, I know where I want to take this character, but I really feel like I need to get some... Oh, dang. I'm not sure. Like, I can't even find pictures that I like. You know, when Greg Capullo was working on this, you know, he posts his pencils on Instagram. He may have even been inking a little bit, while he was working this, so I know that the page is inside, but you know what I mean, I'm not really finding anything too much. Like I'm looking up Swamp Thing, Greg Capullo, but it's just giving me Swamp Thing from all over the place. So I wanted to focus on Greg Capullo's art just because, you know, it's the latest and greatest, right? I'm a fan of his Spawn, I'm a fan of his Batman, and I know he did the work on Swamp Thing, and the only reason why I want to even get some of these comics is because it's Greg Capullo's art. But this is what I mean. I don't really know nothing about Swamp Thing. I know there's one legendary story with Batman and Gotham City with Swamp Thing that I want to get, just so I can read it and understand it, and you know what I mean, just learn about it, whatever. Outside of watching a YouTube video, of course, and then you know, just get like literal hands on it as a product, and like, so I don't know nothing about Swamp Thing. I even own the 10 episode series. I think it was either on like Netflix or HBO or something like that. Like I got the digital of it just because I heard it was good. It was good. You know what I mean? Like I'm not mad that I bought it. I think I've only watched the series twice, maybe like once through for sure, and then a second time like kind of in the background since I had already seen it. But still, I don't know too much about Swamp Thing. I will say I've never been a fan of his design. Like there's some strong elements to his design. Like it's kind of gnarly that he has this whole like face thing going on with his teeth out, looking crazy like that. But there's always like a difficulty to his character because outside of drawing that's something of a slimy humanoid, it's like, what do you do? It's like Groot from Guardians of the Galaxy. Like when you have a character and they're just all plants, and they're not a specific plant because they're just all plants, and then they can grow plants on them at any time for any reason. You know what I mean? Like for me, it's super difficult to kind of, like, even just looking them up. You could look at 100 artist renditions of Groot, and then outside of just the humanoid structure that they would give them, then there's the plants that's on them, whether it's tree bark or plants or algae or flowers or foliage, whatever it is. Like there's just too many renditions of them, and that's kind of like why I'm doing the study that I'm doing tonight, even though I've barely done anything. But I'm getting around to it. But that's what I'm running into. So right now I'm looking, because I'm not showing you my references. You know what I mean? Patreon is where I kind of really deep dive on everything that I work on. So join the Patreon. You know what I mean? Get a commission. Get invited to the private live streams. And but yeah. So right now I'm looking at like a bunch of foliage, and it looks great. Like I'm loving what I'm looking at, right? But for some reason, like I'm so lost in the sauce with knowing what to draw and how it's gonna help me. You know what I mean? Because it's really difficult. Like I'm looking at environment pictures, and the environment pictures, they look great. You know, like I don't know how much I can like just draw what I'm looking at over here, and how much time I want to give it, because I don't know if it's gonna give me anything. Because it's like I'm looking at environment art, but I'm trying to work on a character. And while Swamp Thing would be like, you know, Swamp Thing and Groot would be like a interesting thing to look at. I would be looking at a whole bunch of other artists. You know, a whole bunch of like artists that I wouldn't even be aware of. And I just don't think that that's the dang. Here we go. I guess this is kind of like what I signed up for. Like, I learned a word, I looked it up, everything looks really nice and pretty. But now I was talking about Puss in Boots movie and the death character. And now I'm like really amped up on like really cool character stuff that I want to draw right now. And now I'm only drawing like foliage. And I'm like, is it going to lead to anything? A specific kind of foliage, you know, for the study. And I'm just like, is it? That's the frustrating part about working on concept art and everything like that, because I knew I was going to do this. This is the plan, so I'm doing it. You know what I mean? There's literally no other plan at the moment. I don't even need to work on these monkey characters anymore because I got them figured out. I'm like, I'm good. I'm good. You know what I mean? They're ready. My bad. Yeah, I just don't know how much I'm getting anything out of this, you know? See, because here's the thing. I know that if I'm drawing this character, and this character is something like a Swamp Thing, something like a... And I'm going to take it into a great direction, you know what I mean? As soon as I start actually working on the character. It's like I'm just trying to figure out details. And now here's the thing. Illustration for comic books, it's like, okay, just add texture. Draw this character figure and then just add plant texture to them. Like that, you know what I mean? Easy peasy. Let me look up a plant. I'll draw it. But that's not what I'm trying to do. Like, what I'm trying to do is establish like a full guy, kind of like how Swamp Thing like almost indefinitely needs that funky nose bridge, teeth glaring you know, red eyes look. Like that's the Swamp Thing staple. As long as he's got that, you could do anything you want. And that's what I mean with this character. There's not going to be any one way to draw them until I figure out what it is that's going to make this character unique. So that way I know that you'll be able to identify them every time I draw them, regardless of how I draw them. You know, characters that are pretty stationary with their look, like these two characters here. You know what I mean? Like, they're not going to change all too much. You know what I mean? Change a shirt, change the pants, you know, put some shoes on them. You know what I mean? Like it's going to be whatever it is. You're still going to be like, oh no, that's let the hair down so it's not tied up. Like, oh wow, that's what she looks like. But you're also still going to know that it's her. You know what I mean? With a character like this one, I didn't even imagine how difficult it would be because I knew I had those sketches. But yeah, this is going to be difficult. Because it's like, okay, I got to draw all these plant things onto the structure of their person, you know what I mean? But I need an identifying factor, and I don't know what that's gonna be. And now I'm starting to think like I don't even know how drawing these plants, which, you know what I mean. With these plants, I at least can like limit. Like drawing these plants, I can now, mind you, I'm sure you're looking at what I'm drawing and be like, wait, but you're drawing a lot. And it's like, yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what's funky about these characters is, you know what I mean? Like Groot, yeah, you can say he's the tree guy, but also if you recall, like he grew flowers and he got bushy at some point. Sometimes he's a little bit more green than other times. Like, you know what I mean? But you always knew it was Groot when you saw him. And I think that might have just been because of like his eyes or something like that. So it didn't matter when he was like in his baby form or when he was, I mean, it could have just been because he's the only tree character. So you see any tree character at all ever, I guess that also, you know what I mean? But if I remember correctly, Groot's character never really detracted from the eyes. Just like the Swamp Thing character always has the red eyes with the weird face thing going like that. That I never really quite understood. I should probably see if there's like a YouTube video out there being like with the original artist designer for Swamp Thing. To be like, nah, when I did Swamp Thing, it was like this. You know. Because as much shade as I may be throwing at Swamp Thing, I actually like the character. Like the little bit that I know about him. Like I said, he has that like legendary comic with Batman in Gotham City that I really want to read. And you know what I mean? Just kind of own that one. Swamp Thing, to my pleasant surprise, was a part of the Dark Justice League Dark, I think that's what they call it, where it's Constantine and Zatanna or Zartanna, whatever her name is, and you know, all the magic users, and then Batman will be there for some reason, and then they got the demon dude who, you know what I mean, he can't stop spitting rhymes. You know what I mean? He's like the MC of the DC universe. Like, they got all the magic. You know what I mean? It's like if Justice League was all magicians and it dealt with the magic world, which is also always interesting because Superman's weak to magic. So it's like it's interesting to have that world, and that's why I'm like, I don't know why Batman never learned magic powers, because he knows he trying to punch Superman, but you're like, you gotta hit him with a magic punch. You know what I'm saying? You should probably learn magic, Batman. Anyway, like Swamp Thing is a part of that magic stuff, which I didn't know when I first got the movies. I own those movies too, right? And Swamp Thing is always interesting. Anytime I see him pop up, I'm like, oh dang, Swamp Thing is here. You know? Like, I don't know nothing about him. I don't even really much like him, but like he gonna do something, and then he like kind of does something. I think he was a G in one of them and didn't do nothing. I think he pulled up and they were like, you rolling? He said, nah. And it was like, dang, Swamp Thing, you cold, bruh. Dang, Swamp Thing. like Swamp Thing was like I'm almost certain he did that in one of those Justice League movies. Like, man, he's like, I'm over here with mines. Like, you ain't trying to help the forest. You didn't do nothing for the rainforest, Batman. You cutting down the trees, Wayne Enterprise. Like, you lucky I don't tie you up with vines right now. You know, I'm sure I'm not the first person to sit here and always think about, like, anytime you want to think about Batman and Swamp Thing at the same time, the Poison Ivy dynamic. Like, Swamp Thing has a lot of things that he could do, and I don't even know the character like that. That's all I'm saying. So you can imagine me working on this character, kind of like the things that I'm cooking. You know what I'm saying? DC, you should have hired me for that job, man. You know what I'm saying, Jay Lee? Or what's his name? It's not Jay Lee. I always get him confused with Jay Lee. What's his name? Jeff Lee? No. Alvin Lee? No. Alex Lee? No. Dang. Yo, shout out to Jay Lee. Damn, what's other buddy's name? Alex Lee? No. Dang. Should have hired me for that job, man. I love this stuff. I love this stuff. Okay. Maybe this is what I need to be studying this stuff for. Y'all just gonna drive me crazy. Not knowing Buddy's name. What's his name? I don't even know his name. Dang. And I like Buddy. I got that one book. Where is it at? Yo, where have I kept that book? Oh, it's all the way over there. Dang. I can't get to it right now. Just so I can find out what his name is. It's Alvin Lee, right? Alvin Lee? Yo, man is on Twitch too. He be drawing on Twitch on Sundays. Yeah, see, like all this plant stuff is just texture, and I'm not interested in trying to draw the texture. You know what I mean? Like that part I kind of know. It's more like form. It's more like form than I'm trying to gather. I think his name is Alvin Lee. I think I'm just like not thinking about it because I'd be like Alvin and the Chipmunks, you know what I'm saying? I'd be like, anytime I think of Alvin, I'd be like, Alvin. Alvin Lee? It can't be Alvin Lee. So like texture is nothing. Texture is not what I'm looking for. I need a better reference. Something. See, like that looks so cool. Why can't I get more of that? See, like this is more what I'm talking about as far as like structure. That's the hard part with plants, man. Like plants have a structure to them, but it's like trying to find it, like trying to find a structure in nature. But like for real, you know what I mean? And to try to understand it in a way so that you can reapply it in a way that like serves your needs. Man, it's so difficult. So like this one's kind of cool. Like this one's kind of giving me something because it's got like a little bit of structure. It's got a little bit of fun to it, so that way I can like. You know what I mean? Now start to think about like, okay, how can I use this on the character? Where does something like this kind of like work well? where like texture doesn't, you know what I mean? Like I could draw a person all day long, right? Like, hey, look, I just drew a person, and now I could like apply the texture on them. Like I don't need the texture, you know. Like what I need is like form, you know, so that way I can have a rule set to abide by whenever I draw this character. So that way when you see him, and you see me drawing them, you like, oh, he about to bust a plant move on you. This beat almost sounds like this rap game. I ain't selling my soul for this rap game. Like it's almost there. It's missing something. See, like, this is texture I can work with. This is texture I can have fun with. So this is kind of like just one thing. Yeah, see, this is what I like. There's structure, but it's also random. You know what I mean? This is the type of stuff I could have fun with. If only I could find like a variety of things like this, so I could have a variety of of textures to use with, you know what I mean, without having to just be like, oh no, I'm just drawing some random mossy type texture. That's kind of like why I wanted to look at the Greg Capullo stuff, man. The way that he broke down the panels, and I don't know if he did it like with everything or if it was just with some pages, but when Greg Capullo worked on Swamp Thing, he separated the panels with like swamp textures, so every panel was framed with like the swamp, and it's like, dang, like once they inked that art, it's like, you know what I mean? There we go. So there's something here, I just gotta find the right pictures, and so I'm not just drawing anything random. See, sometimes I like to embrace the randomness, cause like, you never know what you might get. You might not know what skill you unlock in your head, and you're like, oh, you know what I mean? It leads to like a great idea. So it's like I'm looking at all this beautiful stuff and I kind of want to draw it, but it's like I ain't got time for that. But where are those things at? Oh, come on. Where? Alright, so that's just that. Maybe that's how I have to think about it. What would have something like that? Yeah, dang. It's like, I'm afraid to start drawing because then I'm gonna have to finish it and I'm just not seeing anything that's like Alright, so where's that one picture I was looking at then? Okay. Maybe there's something there. Let's just draw. Okay. I'm starting to get some ideas, finally. Dang. It's only at... It's only at 24% after an hour. It says it's got 3 hours left. And this is the full video. Just that. Okay. Yeah, this video definitely gonna finish rendering before this stream. Whatever. Let's me vibe out on this study. Okay. So that's how that could work. That's how I can do that. I wonder if there's anything there with that. I think whenever I finish drawing this one, I might start drawing something else. Because I feel like I kind of got what I needed from this. You know, for now. one last look-see at all this stuff. I could always come back to it. But okay. Oh, see, those are dope. Anyways, let's see. Is this what I'm looking for? Where do I have those books at? I wonder if I might crack a book open. I might crack a book open. I don't think that character's gonna be in that book. Okay. That's interesting. All right. Yeah, I'll crack a book open. Let me see. Hope this is the right book. I don't think what I'm looking for is in here, but it might be. something I could do about this glare. It's like I told you, man, these From Software concept art books are always heavy with ink. All their artwork's just black, you know what I mean? Yeah, it's like From Software, draw something, and they just take a brush and just black everything out. And then people would be like, genius. Like, when did you get so good? But yeah, all these pages that are heavy with ink are just gonna be glistening. Yeah, I don't think what I'm looking for is gonna be in here. That's interesting. One of the best boss fights that I've seen in the game. It's one of my favorite designs as well. Just the fact that this character is like a pile, you know what I mean, of was it like a rat king of snakes? Yet there's still limbs somehow, some way, forming something like a person. But yeah, I don't think what I'm looking for is in this. That might actually be the closest thing to what I'm looking for. But even that didn't have it. See, even stuff like this is interesting. I mean, I don't think it serves me in any sort of way outside of anything I didn't already kind of know. But who knows? Yeah, this might also be the wrong book. never noticed the spider webs there, but that makes sense. I think that was the place that had all the bugs in it. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna find what I'm looking for. Yeah, you see, this is kind of like what I'm talking about when I was saying, like, I'm looking for something that was more structure. Like, here you have a structure, right? And then they textured it over here. So it's like texturing it is just anything, right? Like you can figure that part out easy. Like, you know, what do plants look like? They look like this. But the structure, it was like, what's the texture going on? That's kind of the stuff that I need. You know what I mean? So while I'm working on this character, kind of have an idea of textures and where things are going to go. Plus I have those really old sketches to work from. But it's like, if I'm really trying to like push this character like I need to, oh dang, final boss. So cool. Wait a second. You know, part of the genius with Elden Ring, 100 people have already talked about it, is, you know, the reused assets. But I never really using reused assets in order to make a video game is one thing, but using those assets from other games in order to create the concept art is pretty genius, you know? Like, I'm looking at some of this stuff and I was like, oh yeah, they just, you know what I mean? Like, they took this from the other game and then they just kind of collaged old things from the other game. And then, you know what I mean, they would like update it or change the color on it later on in the final game. But like having all those 3D assets to be able to just kind of like take a snapshot of and then just like, you know, paint over it. Kind of makes sense as to why the game not only just borrowed assets from previous games, but yeah, they have all those assets to do whatever they want to do with them. So if they're creating concepts with the old 3D assets in order to create better and faster concepts with their own designs, mind you, and then they just got to do like a quick paint over it. Where if you look at like some of the old Demon Souls, Dark Souls stuff, like a lot of it was more painted, because in the earlier days they didn't have all of the 3D assets yet. So, you know, them having worked on everything they worked on, they have all this information just sitting around. So now it's like, oh, okay, yeah, just snapshot or render real quick and then paint over it. You know what I mean? Take this, take that, snapshot or render, and paint over it. You know what I mean? Kind of makes sense. Like when they're working on concepts before production, that they're just taking assets from old production, and then the game ends up, you know, with people being able to identify, oh yeah, they got this from that and this one from that game. It's like the quality of the concepts are so much nicer. Okay. Yeah, I didn't get what I was looking for. I mean, it's never not nice to look at these things, you know? Man, these character designs always bug me. I'm like, what's going on here? What are we doing? What are we doing? Like, I get it, but what are we doing? Like, this is wild. That is a wild character design. You know what I mean? Now we got the dinosaur and the dust bloods coming out with the legs and that. Come on, man. That dinosaur is all upper body day. That dinosaur skip leg day every day. Leg day? What leg day? What are legs? Like, yo, what are we doing with this? See, these are kind of interesting. These designs here. And again, this is what I'm talking about. I'm talking about like structure as opposed to just texture. Like I was like looking up those things to try to find structure. I think I got what I was looking for. As far as like those things go. But yeah, like to me this is like the super interesting part. Well, I'm sure for most people they'll look at this and be like, ooh, it's so pretty. And like, yeah, it is. But how do they get there? They got to figure out all this stuff. You know what I mean? Like this to me is like the animation cell sheets when you see the like all the color pencils, all the different colors, and it looks almost exactly like this, and then it's like so far removed from the final product. Whenever you're looking at, like, you know what I mean, they penciled one layer in this color, then they penciled another layer in this color, and then they threw the shades in this color, and then the secondary animations are in this color, and you're looking at this really nice illustration, and it's like a single frame from an anime or something like that, but it's so far removed from the final product. The final product has, like, you know, black outlines and everything like that. And, you know, the actual colors that you know these characters to be. This is kind of like the same thing to me. see. Just to see, but like, nah, these are some big old helmets that they're wearing. You know what I mean? Like, we're okay. We're okay giving these enemy types big heads. Oh dang. They got the quaif going on. Wasn't that Buddy? The giant Buddy? I forget, he had that dope helmet. Yeah, these are kind of dope right here. Not anything that I'm looking for, they're just dope looking. Yeah. So there's like some Monster Hunter stuff right here. Like straight up reusing the monster. And then turning it into the armor. It's pretty dope. Let's fly. Yeah, I knew that these books aren't gonna have what I was looking for. What I was looking for was in the DLC. And I was like, man, I wonder if this is gonna have any of the DLC stuff in it or not. Nah. So yeah, let me. Yeah, this was always dope. This was always dope to me. Had like that Hashirama stuff going on. Okay. Yeah, I'm not gonna find what I'm looking for. Dang. That's actually kind of mean looking right here. Raptor set? Yo. That's crazy. That's crazy, yeah. Oh, wait, can y'all? I mean, I don't know what the stats are on it. You know what I mean? But it looked dope. But like, yo, I ain't got no stats, but I look dope. My armor set might be 20 levels below what it needs to be to fight this boss, but I look good. I'm gonna look good doing it. Alright. Yeah. Yeah, what I was looking for was in the DLC. I'm gonna try to... Let me find Snake Buddy. Damn, where's Snake Buddy gonna be? Missed it. Where you at, snake buddy? Oh, dang. Here we go. Hmm. Hmm. All right. All right. That's why this is so gnarly. Everything is, I don't know, since it's like on a lean, it's like fighting gravity, where they're not like, despite the building being sideways, like the chandeliers and everything's still hanging sideways. That's wild. Anyway, all right. Let me see if I could draw something. Hmm. Do I just need like boss themes? Yeah. Dude, I'm almost certain I've gone to sleep to just listening to Elden Ring in the background. Like, not necessarily like boss themes, but like just how chill it is when you're just like out and about. No whammies? Dang. Whammies. Alright, what are my references? What was I looking at? What am I trying to draw here? That's funny. Okay. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna draw something ridiculous and then try to pull back from there. it's going that way. Interesting. Oh well. What we got? Like 1, 2, 3, 4. Hmm. 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 Yeah, I'm gonna have to figure that out better. Hmm. Come on, let me keep going. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah. This makes sense. This makes sense. Yeah, I'm gonna have to change some things, but it's something like that. Oh, dang. That's right. It's New Year's. Happy New Year's, yo. Totally forgot about that. Oh, dang. My bad. I thought the music sounded a little... Hey, what's happening, Pixel? I'm pretty sure I missed you. Happy New Year. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. I'm sorry I missed you. Catching me a few hours deep. You know what I mean? Kind of want to end on a high note. Kind of let this sit in my head for a bit before I continue to, you know what I mean? But thank you, it means a lot to me. Hope you had a good New Year's. Hope you everything went well. I mean, saw some fireworks. Hung out with people. Anyways, with that part said, I want to thank y'all for stopping by. Thank you for watching. I'm G Mr. Drew. It's at G Mr. Drew on all socials. Follow, like, subscribe, all that good stuff. GMrDrew.art, the website. Check it out if it's working. Links to everywhere there. If not, I got links everywhere on all my socials. So it's more reason to just go ahead, hit up any one of them socials, and you get links to everywhere there. Merch stores, buy all the merch. Patreon, buy all the Patreon, and the Blue Wings. Go ahead and check that out, 50% off. Anyways, love y'all, peace. Yeah, man, this thing is more than half done, but still. How am I gonna get a picture of this? Yo, did I not? Or dare I not?